Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Commanding. What's up? Commanding. Commanding, meowing, meowing. 4 a.m. Okay, good night. Meow. I don't feel like being in prison today. Okay. Commanding the consultant. Woke up today and I realized, like, nothing's gonna change unless I change. It's so obvious, but I don't know why it's obvious and yet easy to forget, lose focus of. The other thing that's sad but true, nobody is gonna save me. Nobody's gonna do it for me. Nobody's gonna care more about me than I care about myself. I'm thinking about that a lot because, like, being a disappointment to yourself, wanting to die because of it, it's not a good feeling. I don't want to feel like that anymore. I don't want to wake up every day feeling like yesterday was bad. Can we make today a little bit better? Like, I do want to keep growing every day, but if I let up, if I give it away to someone else, if I leave it up to the universe and others, I'm never gonna find, I'm never gonna build a life that feels worth living, right? And it sucks because I know I'm gonna disappoint people, and I think deep down that's like what I'm most afraid of, or I use it as something like a shield or a cope, like I can't do this because it's gonna disappoint this person or that person, but meanwhile I'm the one suffering from disappointment, being disappointed in myself. There's only 24 hours in a day, and we all choose how to spend that time. I realized that, like, because I'm starting from behind, nothing that I do that I want to change is gonna come easily. Not a single thing is gonna just land in my lap or come easily. I'm gonna have to fight for it. I'm gonna have to, like, go after it, you know? And it's so easy to become complacent. It's so easy to, like, get distracted, to try to, like, make other people happy and then make yourself miserable in the process. Really, yeah. I don't wanna live my life blaming other people for my problems. So that's why I have to make sure that I figure out what I want and then go after it. I think, yeah, I've been so weak. I've been so weak that, like, I'll think that I have a plan And then, like, I open that plan and myself up to scrutiny. And then I listen to other people and, doubt myself. It's like a process that I keep going through over and over again. And then they're just living their life and they're just happy. And then I'm just here fucking miserable. So, for today, for these next 24 hours, for at least these next 24 hours, I want to live my life by my own intention instead of thinking this person's going to be upset at me or this person's going to be disappointed or they want me to do this or they want me to do that. Commanding. I mean, I'm doing okay as far as like, what do those words even mean, right? Like, I'm alive, I'm breathing. I'm not the healthiest I've ever been, I'm not the worst I've ever been, but if I died today, I would say, what the heck did I live for? I don't want to keep thinking that. I don't want to keep thinking every day that, like, bitch, you're wasting your life. You're wasting your life. You're wasting your life. Why just 24 hours? Because if I can't even do 24 hours, how am I going to do more than that, right? I would like to see if I can make it 24 hours following my own plan. I wish I could make it 24 hours following my own plan. I keep telling people not to fucking DM me, and they DM me anyway. And I'm upset. Sorry for cursing. I won't curse. I won't curse. Yeah. I have a headache. Yeah, I don't know. Very emotional. Very emotional. Ah, man. Block them. Yeah, that's what I should do. Block everyone, but I already lived like that for the most part. There aren't that many people that I have even unblocked, but yeah. Um, there's like some people that I like let them add me or whatever because I thought their kindness meant that they were like safe people that I could befriend. I should have listened to Pippa. Pippa warned me. Viewers are never your friend. No offense. Not an offense to anyone in particular, but no one in particular here, but as a lonely person, like I understand the desire to want to try to befriend people, but it backfires. Hardest thing is to do what you really need and what is important to you. And the world is waiting. The world is waiting and ready to throw you distractions, to make you emotional. Like, look, this Max Akers in here is probably going to say some stuff to kind of like, probably to troll me or throw me off track and make me upset. He likes doing that a lot. But it's my job to learn how to not fall for the distraction, not fall for the bait every time. And I start the day off. If I got a good night's sleep, it's easier. If I got a good night's sleep, I had a good morning routine, it's easier to get the day started. But, you know, it's like as the day goes on, it's like very easy to get off track. What? I'm saying that you often come in here and you say things to like troll or to um uh, yeah. I was saying you come in here and you usually say stuff that's like inflammatory to like get a rise out of me. We fight in Roblox. She's the enemy? I don't think she's the enemy. I think she was right. I watched some random clip channel and she was talking about like the mistakes beginning VTubers make, and the first one is like kind of befriending other VTubers, but also getting too close to their community, like starting a Discord server and mistaking audience members with friendship, and it never leads to anything good. And she even has her own cases and stories where that goes like that. I mean, it's not that shitty. Like, I'm not saying this for pity. There's definitely like worse problems to have in the world. But yeah, I only know my perspective, and I only know that I don't want to live like this. I don't want to live like this. I really don't want to do this anymore. I think if my life doesn't change, if I don't change, I give myself like a year, maybe. I don't know. Definitely give myself a deadline, and then I'll just, you know. I agree. I agree that the mistake is watching VTubers. I tell you, you shouldn't watch. I tell you that all the time, and I'm not even your friend. Um, Not knowing people's intentions is what I don't envy. Mm, yeah, you can never know for sure. You can never know for sure, but one thing seems pretty certain is that people are self-interested, myself included. People are self-interested, so it's always something. It's like, what do they gain from this? What do they have to gain from this? I could say whatever I want. I don't know who you're referring to, but yeah. You don't control my speech. Anyway, yeah. My skill issue is definitely taking things personally. Reading the chat is often a mistake. Yeah. But yeah, today I really want to try. So today that's what I'm gonna do. Today I'm gonna try to stay on my own path and not get diverted by enemies. Whether that's trolls, whether that's even myself and um my own laziness and distraction. Let's stay on a path today. A path to happier life for me. A path to much happier life. I'm not gonna survive if I don't do it. Uh. Meow meow meow. I've gotten pretty close to it a couple of times this past month. Yeah, this past 2 months. I've gotten a little bit closer to what I would call self self direction, focus, autonomy. This is the first time I've done 30-minute stream in a while. Yesterday, I mean, last night. Commanding Klutz. Yeah, but you can progress and regress, and that's what I do a lot of. I do a lot of progress and then regression. And sometimes I end up even further behind than I was. But whatever. Maybe that's the challenge and the goal. Overcome that. Overcome myself. Wow. Yesterday, I was hydrated. I slept for 6 hours. I didn't move. I didn't take care of my nutrition. I did go onto social media, which is a bad kitty. I also went on Discord as a bad kitty. Man. The sisters. I didn't play piano. I didn't draw anything yesterday. I didn't practice a language. I did a tiny bit of learning programming. I didn't need a multivitamin. I watched a little bit of anime, watched a little bit more Steins Gate. Watch some Korean variety. I'm really enjoying this baking show, man. I like it so much. It's a wonderful thing to watch people passionately pursue anything, right? Like, and they try to be good. They try to be the best in their little corner of the world. Really nice. Commanding solo queue. Do you brush your teeth? I'm really trying to figure out what that question means. Am I overthinking that? Yeah, I brush my teeth and I have a wonderful Moonie who gifted me a water pick, a water flosser, and I love that shit. It's really enjoyable. A very strange question though. I do think though I need dental work. I haven't been to a dentist in years. My goal, like, aside from being able to pay off my debt, my goal is to be able to go to the dentist without fear of the bill. To just be like, okay, do whatever you gotta do. I got the money. I got the money. Man, that would be really nice. Good to hear. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, though. I'll be dead soon. Right? Man. Yeah. Man. Okay, let's see. Meow, meow. Pull them all. Money's not an obstacle. Right? Give me a brand new set, please. I would like a brand new set of teeth grown in those South Korean labs, please. Yeah. I feel like crying. I have a headache. Okay, though. Push through. We pushed. Oh, man. You're not. Whatever I feel like doing. The key for the schedule is that it belongs to me. That's the key. No, I say that pretty seriously, cause like, yeah, I feel like I get invited to stray off course. I don't want to do that. I just finished. No, right now. I'm still planning the day and the week. I'm trying to make a list of what are the side projects that are floating around in my mind that I need to actually sit down and pay attention to. Um, I need to. There's a whole bunch of stuff on the More Miss Moon channel that I need to fix because technically I reached the requirements for partner like weeks ago, but I haven't even applied yet because I feel like the channel is really messy. I feel like I haven't figured out a rhythm with live streaming on this channel yet. I don't know what the schedule is. I don't know what I'm doing with it. And I don't want the content to look like what do you call it? Spam? Like right now all of my thumbnails are the same. My descriptions aren't always accurate. I feel like that makes it look more like random spam, so I want to get in there and clean that stuff up. That's a priority. What else? I need to do some stuff on the main channel too. There's a lot of things to do. What else? What else? What else? Meow, 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 meow. Got me up all night. Mm-hmm. Content planning. Is that awesome? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've been I have had partner on my other channel for maybe at least 6 months, more than that. And I haven't seen a single penny. I haven't seen a single cent on my main channel. So, um, I don't know. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just being really honest that the bar for partner is not that high. The bar to get partnered on YouTube is not that high. So in and of itself, it's not really much of an accomplishment to me. Meow meow. If anything, if I'm really, really honest, right? Like, if I'm really, really honest, the bar for monetization and making and earning money on YouTube is actually quite low. The bar is quite low. It's just like you have to be willing. You have to be willing to go for it and to do it. And I'm full of fears. I'm always afraid of starting. I'm always afraid of doing something wrong. I'm afraid of like Yeah, I'm afraid of a lot of things. So, if anything, it's sort of like really sad. It's really sad that this low tier shit that I'm producing qualifies. It's embarrassing. Okay, let's see. Man. Yeah, no. And Max Acre, I understand not liking small talk. I kind of hate it too, to be honest. I much prefer, interesting conversation over small talk. But it's not always easy to do that. But let's see, let's okay. Let's start with some reading. We have Marcus Aurelius. Meditations. Forget everything else. Keep hold of this alone and remember it. Each of us lives only now, this brief instant. The rest has been lived already or is impossible to see. The span we live is small, small as the corner of the earth in which we live it. Small as even the greatest renown, passed from mouth to mouth by short-lived stick figures, ignorant alike of themselves and those long dead. Oh, I like this so much. I like it, I like it, I like it. I like it very much. It's so easy to forget. Um, Remember, each of us lives only now, this brief instant. I know some people don't like to think about death or impermanence. And I don't think you need to ruminate on it or anything like that. Like, you live how you want to live. But I think it's definitely possible to take for granted that you only have right now that's like guaranteed, and the past is already done, it already happened. Can't go back unless you're in Steins Gate. Kind of. Well, actually, even then, you can't really go back, can you? But the future isn't guaranteed. So, if I'm only gonna live for this brief moment, I really don't want to spend it on Reddit, scrolling, reading garbage that's, written by AI or bad actors from like different corners of the world who are trying to, you know, cause me to feel some emotion. I don't want to waste it being someone else's pet when they don't even care about you much, and then they're just gonna abandon you anyway. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. If you work hard, you will eventually attain your goal. Oh, I wish that were true. A certain condition is set with the idea in mind that if the condition is met, then certain consequences will follow. This is a conditional argument. A, therefore B. We begin with the statement A, if A, then B. The antecedent and the consequent. Mm. In order to appreciate the validity of conditional argument, we must have a very clear understanding of what precisely the major premise, if A, then B, is telling us. It is saying that the link between A and B is absolutely necessary. In other words, if A comes about, then B must come about. This being the case, it should be apparent that most of the conditional arguments we use in our daily lives are not such in the strict logical sense. Consider the example. If the weather is nice on Thursday, we'll go on a picnic. If we reflect on that statement, we will see that there's no necessary connection between the antecedent, nice weather on Thursday, and the consequence, going on a picnic. The weather could be ideal on Thursday, and yet, for any number of reasons not now foreseen, there may be no picnic. But consider this argument. If Louise is running, then Louise is moving. But Louise is in fact running, therefore Louise is moving. Here we can see that there is a strict bond of necessity between antecedent and consequent. There's no way in the world Louise could be running and yet not moving at the same time, so the argument's conclusion is necessarily true. There's another valid form of conditional argument, symbolically schematized as follows. If A, then B, not B, therefore not A, the major premise sets a condition. The minor premise says that she's not. Therefore, she's not. The logic of the argument. Meow, meow, meow. Fallacious reasoning. The invalid forms of the conditional argument. Yep. I had someone point that out to me yesterday as well. That because something is true in one direction doesn't mean it's true in the reverse all the time. And I didn't know what to say to that other than, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. It's really interesting. Language and communication is interesting. Or all the ways you can miscommunicate. Even when you think you're being clear. That's why I'm reading this book, Being Logical. I want to learn how to speak with more clarity and think with more clarity. I don't know if reading this book is going to help though, but so far it's been interesting at least. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, let's see. What do I want to take away from this? Let's see. The strength of a conditional argument depends on the knowledge you have on the two things you are bringing together and how related they are. I think there's a lot of people in the world who could benefit from learning more about thinking logically. Not just logically, but also critically. Critically and logically. Okay, next one. Today, from the bed of Procrustes, we have your brain is most intelligent when you don't instruct it on what to do. Something people who take showers discover on occasion. I love this. Like, yeah, it's talking about those shower thoughts that are really, really. They help you have those eureka moments. um, when you're just kind of letting your mind wander. See, yesterday I did. The heck was it called? Meow, 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 meow. Variables as pointers. Let's see. This is like diffuse learning. Hello. When? There's an aversion that I have to get over. I am very averse to the concept of time, and I think that's not helping my cause or my goal at all whatsoever. I keep wanting to avoid having to schedule things, on a particular time for a particular duration, but yeah, the reality is that time is there. Even if I ignore it, it's still there. The clock is ticking. And what that means is if I want to get a certain number of things done during a day, I have to be aware of how long I spend doing each of those things. At least to some extent. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more reading. It's always going. Yep. Where's my... I always forget to take breaks. I really don't like setting alarms. But I want to overcome that skill issue. Because I do believe that setting alarms will help me accomplish more. Okay, let's see. I'll set an alarm for 15 minutes. I'll try to do 15 minutes of focused reading. And I'll give you guys a little quote for the chat, or pinned chat. Let's see. Meow, meow, meow. It's really interesting. I agree how the passage of time can definitely feel different depending on the activities you're engaging in. That's true. So now I'm reading Anti-Fragile by Nassim Taleb. I'm on chapter 5. I'm gonna read a little bit. Wow. Two types of professions. Meow. I like this so much. I like this so much. I like this so much. Oh, this is so good. He's talking about two types of professions, and he's comparing two brothers, right? One brother is a banker who considers himself as having a perfectly predictable income, right? He goes to work for a set number of hours and does a certain series of tasks or duties, and then he gets a paycheck. And then the other brother is a taxi cab driver, and some days the taxi cab driver makes a lot of money, and other days he doesn't make much, and it's like very variable. And the mistake that human beings often tend to make is the belief that the banker is more stable, right? Or the 9 to 5 is more stable. But then there's a banking crisis and there are layoffs, mass layoffs. And the first brother is told he's redundant. Now, he's built not only his whole life and all his expenses around the concept of getting this paycheck, um, even his skill sets is valuable to that company in that structure and may not be as easily transferable because there are other banks, but there are only so many banks and there are only so many jobs, right? And with a taxi cab driver, you know, I'm not saying it's perfectly stable, but when you compare one to one, um, we can mistake the randomness of the day-to-day of the taxi cab driver as being unstable when in reality, to some extent, the taxi driver may have more leverage. Everyone needs a ride. Or in other words, maybe not everyone needs a ride, but someone needs a ride. So there's like, in that situation, there's potentially more you can do. It's not a perfect one-to-one. There are always exceptions, right? And with self-driving cars and things like that, what's convenient may change, although mm, I think I think demand can change, like the amount of demand can change, but given the tendency for tech companies to not care about their users, I wouldn't be surprised if personal driver is still something of a niche, even in this, like, technologically advanced future. It may not be as common, but I think there will still be some people, perhaps, who the reason why I'm saying that is because, like, okay, let's imagine for a moment that Elon Musk wants to get rid of taxi cab drivers and he wants to make his robo taxi cars that are fully automated, right? Then him and his company have total control of fares and ownership of the vehicles and all these things, right? And it's not like the companies go, okay, we're going to start cheap and then make our fares cheaper. Or we're going to start at this price and keep our fares stable, right? They do all kinds of crazy things and invariably the cost goes up and up and up and up and up and up. And then they find, I mean, I'm not just making this up, right? I'm talking about like Uber and like for now. When they have, it doesn't even have to be a total monopoly, but once they have the user hooked, once they have you used to it, they turn the gas up, right? So they provide a service, sometimes even at a loss, to get high adoption. And then the truth is, like, a lot of people are just, habitual animals. So once they're in it, right? They'll just stay. Like, not everyone. Some people will drop off, but a lot of people, once they're in it, they stay. The same thing. This is like with subscriptions and all the like. It's like I don't know, a feature of our psychology or something. So, anyway. Now, will the taxi cab drivers have a good chance of competing? I don't know. I don't know, but I like to believe that there can be a future where there's more of a marketplace for small businesses or something like that. Like, I feel like Uber and DoorDash were supposed to be revolutionary, but they were just like, or maybe they weren't. That's my imagination to believe that they were supposed to be revolutionary. I think they were supposed to make a lot of money for shareholders. But I imagine a more revolutionary version of those kinds. Um, something more, something like an eBay or an Etsy or a YouTube or social media that is truly owned by uh individual, like by the people, and more importantly for small business. But the truth is that like big business has too much money, so they kind of come into everything. They always find their way. I'm thinking about how like Etsy used to be a place made for artisans, master crafters, like making very specific things. I mean, not all good, some kind of mid or whatever. And then it started to get flooded with these sort of like drop shipper types. Anyway. Yeah, that's the other thing too. The language, how it warps the language. Good morning, people. How are you? Anyway, I want to imagine a future. I want to imagine a future where there could be something like an Uber, where instead of it being the company and you trust in the company, it's more like a listing site and you can find, you know, drivers in your area. Where instead of the dynamic being Uber as the middleman, it would be it would be the platform in the background, but the individual customer. But there's less control in that case, and there's more chance for variability. Used to be great, now you have to sift through so much poop to find handmade stuff. Exactly, that's what I mean. You said it much more eloquently than I did, but yes. I want to imagine a future where there can be a new Etsy rival that doesn't get overwhelmed by garbage. And it might even require something like manual work to keep those things out, but um I think it would be worthwhile, right? Like it might require manual moderation. It might require a more checks or limitations or something like that. Especially, I think I like the idea of a model where maybe it's like maybe it's like a volume thing where once you become a big dog or whatever, once you're starting to be like monopoly levels of success, you're kind of let go onto your own, you got to do your own platform. But if maybe it could be focused on like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way it wouldn't be exploited though. I guess I have to think more, do more thinking on that. Meow meow meow. Meow, meow, meow. Taxi drivers, prostitutes, carpenters, plumbers, tailors, and dentists have some volatility in their income, but they are rather robust to minor professional black swan. Ones that would bring their income to a complete halt. Their risks are visible. Not so with employees who have no volatility, but who can be surprised to see their income going to zero after a phone call or an email from a personnel department. The employee's risks are hidden. That's what I was thinking about a bit yesterday, too. I'm jealous because like a lot of people around me have gotten new jobs and are in really cushy jobs or whatever. And I'm like, man, it must be nice to like have more money and stability. But on the other hand, there's pros and cons. There's always a trade-off. What do you mean, what name? You call me Moon? You could, I don't know. What do you mean? Meow. Most people, I think, just call me Moon. Ah. Wow, 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 wow. Hmm. Since it's your first time here, I'll have to give you a warning that I am really mentally ill and disturbed. I know that on YouTube that can be unusual. I feel like people are used to creators who are well put together. But yeah. So today I'm in a good mood though. Come on, Ryu. Ni hao. How are you today? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Hmm. I think it might be the norm on YouTube for people to say they have an illness, but to actually demonstrate it is quite rare. Finished a busy day. Oh, well, I'm glad the day is over. I hope you get good rest. Have a good rest. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Hmm. Meow, meow, meow. One has the illusion of stability, but is fragile. The other one has the illusion of variability, but is robust and even anti-fragile. The more variability you observe in a system, the less black swan prone it is. Let us now examine how this applies to political systems with the story of Switzerland. I'm gonna stop reading here and move on to the next thing. Yeah. Today I cut it a little short. I'm reading a book. I'm reading Anti-Fragile by Nassim Taleb. It's really good. I'm enjoying it a lot. But now we shift gears. We shift gears. Kitty cat goes into the next mode. Wah wah wah. Oh, poof. Ah, poof. Ah, poof. Okay. Now we go back to the next mode. I kind of wanna. Let's do this first. Do this first. Yeah, I like to start the day off with some reading. This is something like a productivity stream. It's like a little bit not productive, but I try my best. Um, this was generated by Max Saker, but yes, I like it quite a lot. Um, this is an image of me and my teddy bear, whose name is also Max, but that is coincidence. It's an unusual coincidence. Actually, let's do this. Let me think. What do I have? Let's do this first. Meow, meow, meow. I'm gonna work on. Ah! Come on, come on, come on. Yes, no relation. Actually, this is the wrong thumbnail. I need the Patreon one. $58. What do I wanna call it? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Let's go with this. Fine. This is fine. Okay. Okay. And then we go in here. Man! Cloudflare, leave me alone, Cloudflare. I hate Patreon. I hate Patreon. Patreon sucks. It's the worst. It's so bad. Yeah, Cloudflare and CAPTCHAs are definitely the bane of my existence and a scourge on humanity. There. Meow, meow, meow. 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 Ah, ah. Wah. Do you know the Patreon alternative you like better? I know I don't like it. I have no else there is out there. I think the best option is making your own. But I don't know how to set it up exactly. There's stuff like Subscribestar, and there's a bunch of other little ones that I've seen. Honestly, I think all of them are kind of cringe. Um, I'll be really honest. Me having a Patreon has like little to do with my own beliefs and more about like what is the meta. I feel like the meta of like YouTubers who post controversial content that might get demonetized tend to use Patreon as something like a backup. It is it's it's a goal that I don't always reach, but I think I'm doing a little bit better. Anyway, trying to think of did I do anything important this week? Did I reach any milestone? I don't know. I don't know. Um, meow, meow, meow. Mm, meow. Let's see. Hmm. The heck was the past week like? Did I do anything last week? Um, Last week was really a lot of failure. That's crazy. I keep like checklists. I have like a physical planner, and in it, it's basically just checklists. So for the day, I have like kind of like dailies, like a video game. Like planning, reading, doing administrative work, um, working out, playing piano, like all these things. And then a lot of weeks, like last week, there's a lot of empty checks or like X's because I just failed a lot. Did I do anything well last week? I guess we could just say continued programming practice streak. Own it, learn from it. Trying, something like that. When I remember to plan, it helps a lot. I agree. Good morning, kitty pillar. How are you? Moon is doing well today. I think I'm doing pretty well today. Could be much worse. Ah, I have a lot of ups and downs, but today so far is pretty good. I only got 5 hours of sleep. I would have liked to have gotten 6 hours. Well, I didn't go to sleep early enough. But I made breakfast. I took a shower. I made my bed, so I feel really good. I'm streaming, so that's even better. Yeah, it's going really well today so far. Let's see. Um, ramble. Actually, we won't do it. We won't do it. That's good enough. Meow, meow, meow. 5 hours is not a lot of sleep. Perhaps nap later. Yeah, I would love to be getting 8 hours of sleep a day. Oh, I would love it so much, but I have so much anxiety that it's really hard. It's hard for me to get that, to get that much sleep. But I do think that 5 hours is sort of like it's like just not enough. So my goal every night is to get at least six. I feel like if I can get at least six, the day goes better. Meow, meow, meow. Eh. I don't want to give myself credit and I don't want to coddle myself for the bare minimum. It's weird. I know there's sort of like there's probably some fine line, right? Like not beating yourself up or like beating yourself up isn't always useful or helpful. But I don't like being patronized. And the thing is like I know my own capabilities, right? So I know so because of that, I can't lie to myself like other people. Like I can lie to other people about, about whatever, honestly, about like mm, how I think I'm doing or whatever. But I can't lie to myself because I know. I know when I'm not meeting my standards. If I sleep 6, I stay up longer. If I sleep 8, I go to bed at the same time. That's the ideal, man. I so wish I would have an 8 hour, like get 8 hours of sleep every night and sleep the same time every night. That is like hashtag goals. That is what I want. I want that kind of stability and I don't really have it, but given my living circumstances, I like, yeah, I feel like as long as I get more than 5, and then bonus points if I wake up naturally and it's not from like, people being loud. I mean, don't take it too far out of context. Like I think I do lie to myself plenty as like a self-protective mechanism, but I try to catch myself. I try to catch myself doing that and try to force myself to be honest with, what's really going on, what I'm really doing. Meow, meow, meow. Anyway, we take basically I'm trying to get back to basics. I'm trying to get back to like first principles on living. I think my life is just in so much disarray. Everything. Content creation, learning, the business, everything is just so random. Sleep, everything is so chaotic. So I want to focus this week. Like last week I had so many meltdowns back to back to back. It's like every day I was having an emotional breakdown on stream. So this week I don't want to do that. This week instead I just like even if even if the streams are mid, even if they're below mid, whatever, I don't even care. I just want to like show up, keep a routine, like try not to get too far off track. Setting an alarm causes so much anxiety. I dream about my alarm going off, waking up and wake up an hour before it's meant to go off. And that's another thing too. Like, yeah, I might be jealous of the stability, air quotes, of like one of the people who recently got a nice new job. But the beauty of being this like self-employed YouTuber kind of thing is I have a lot of freedom, so I can wake up, based on nature. And that's something, I've had other jobs before. It's something I don't really want to trade, so I gotta work harder. I gotta work harder to make this more stable, because I don't want to go back to working on someone else's clock. It's it's glorious to be able to like wake up and design your day. I don't want to take it too for granted. I may not have a choice later on. Okay, so we finished the Patreon post. That's great news. What else do I have to do before? Let me check my email. Meow meow. I did this yesterday. Wow. There's some business stuff I've been meaning to take care of. Actually, let me write that down before I forget. I still need to worry about taxes. I need to start working on that. That's like kind of important. I need to look into what is it called? Let's just write it down. Let's just get it all down. Virtual mailbox. I think I need to prioritize that. I need to check on my VoIP, my voice over IP number. What else do I need to do? There's one more thing I'm thinking of that's not coming up. Oh, I want to look into switching to a credit union. I realized that like man, it must be so nice to be a bank. The fucking grift, right? The banks, man. I feel like it should be a crime to charge people for being poor, right? Think about how retarded it is. Like, if you don't have enough money, we're gonna charge you every month. So yeah, good luck saving up, by the way. And then if you have money, we're not gonna charge you anything. And then on top of that, they even do it for savings accounts too, right? If you have a savings account, and it's like, and your balance is too low, they charge you every month. But then, supposedly, if your balance is above a threshold, they're gonna give you like some little pittance of interest. Meanwhile, every second that you have your money in the bank, you're giving them an interest-free loan. It's like they really got to and they got it so overdraft fees, failed payment fees are so stupid. Not just that, wire transfer fees where like you have to pay on your end, but then they also take the other bank on the other side on the receiving end also has to take a cut. Man, all these things, all these systems are just they're just really incredible. I should have thought of it first. Oh, you have this much in your account? Have 1%. Meanwhile, meanwhile, they can do whatever they want with their money, man. Yeah. It's really hard to live without one. That's for sure. Like, fuck, imagine for a moment the role was reversed and that like imagine if banks had to pay you 26% interest to get to keep your money, right? Because really, in some way, if you think about it, by keeping your money in a bank, you are giving them a loan. Like you were letting them, it's like you pay them for the service of them holding on to something that you own. It's like very weird. It's not yours. Anyway, not invest, but use crypto. Use crypto if you can. Actually, this is not financial advice. I'm just saying words. If everyone tried to take out their money, the bank wouldn't be able to cope. Oh, 100%. Oh, definitely. And the government and the banks. Okay, I'm not trying to be a tinfoil cat. I'm just saying it took me too long. I was so naive. I didn't realize like how good they got it. They have it so good. They've like basically made it like practically impossible to escape their grasp, to escape their grubby fingers. You kind of need them. Anyway, I want to get so I do have a business technically, and I don't I don't even think I'm in the green yet. I think I'm still in the red as a whole for the business. Part of that reason is because like before I before I had any customers, before I started making any money, I already had to like pay to set it up, right? Like there's a cost to starting the business. And then so like I've been getting charged $16 a month for like 5 years. I've been getting charged $16 a month for like 5 years, and I'm like still trying to recoup that. I gotta figure it out. But yeah, I'm thinking about switching to a credit union for my business account. I might keep the personal account just because I've had it so long. But my bank is shit. It's the only place I could get a small loan at a reasonable rate. Well, oh, I understand. It would be 99% APR. 99% APR? My bank only wanted 19%. They advised me to overpay the payments, so I end up paying less interest on the loan. Yeah. I think debt is the trap. And I am so trapped by my student loan debt that I try not to think about it too hard. But anyway, what do I want to do next? Let's see. Um, I don't want to start the Python stuff, but I also want to finish the review that I didn't do yesterday. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, let me do two more things and then I'll get into the Python stuff. Let's do this stuff. Let's take care of yesterday's business first. Have crypto. Get what my country's bank did. They banned the exchange, so now my crypto is stuck. Need to transfer to a new exchange. Yep, that's how they get you to. Yep. They want their paws in everything. They want you to have nothing is yours. Man, we're getting robbed. I didn't realize. I used to believe that like they were doing us a service or something, but I no longer believe that. I no longer think that. Okay, let me see. Restart this. This. Uh-oh. Ow. Hmm. Not to run. I need stream. Meow, meow, meow. I just need this one. Let's see. Let's see. 9. That's here. Oh, I didn't do 2 days. Oh, I gotta do 2 days. Okay. Alright, let's watch this one first then. Um, meow, meow, meow. You stream on everything? Kind of. So, I stream on YouTube and Odyssey. How do I say this? I'm trying to stream every day on YouTube and Odyssey, doing something like a work with me productivity co-working stream. It's a little bit variable, but usually it goes something like this. I read for a bit, um, plan the day, and then I try to like take care of business things, and then I am learning how to program. So basically, I'm self-employed, unemployed, however you want to look at it. And I have a lot of goals. I have a lot of goals, but I don't have a lot of skills. So I thought to myself that, you know, if I basically, when I'm offline, I have a tendency to get distracted, to doom scroll, stuff like that. So I thought if I stream the process of me working on things, it'll help give me some consistency. Yeah. Um, and before I started doing this, I had another stream, which I do on Kick and Twitch. I do a stream slash podcast called Love Talk every day, 30 minutes a day. It used to be a morning show, now it's an evening show, but That's like the mainstream, the 30 minutes. Continuously compounding cumulative gains. That's what I'm looking for, life type. I'm looking to like, yeah, have some accountability and make my life better day by day. I realize that if I spend all my time rotting in bed, scrolling Reddit, I'm never going to get out of here and never going to get better. I'm never going to learn anything. So instead, I need to change. I need to change my habits. And yeah, maybe it's narcissism. Something about streaming helps me stay a little bit more accountable because I feel like it's like a self-inflicted surveillance system. I have to, if I'm goofing off for too long, chat definitely lets me know about that. So, whereas when I'm by myself, I go from Reddit to YouTube to gooning, back to Reddit, and then if I'm really desperate, Twitter. I don't want to do that. Pizza is delicious. Good morning. Let's see, let's. I'm a little bit unsure of how much I should spread awareness of my other content though on this channel. Um, because for as weird as I am here, I think the other stream I'm even worse. I'm much worse. So I don't know. Whatever. I think it's probably safer to keep the pools a little bit separate. Embrace the weird. I mean, uh, it's off-putting. I can embrace it myself, but I don't know about you. If you're into like, I find that a lot of how do I say this? It could be coincidence, right? But I seem to draw something of a Russian fan base. I think it's the depression. I think it's if you enjoy if you enjoy sadness, mental instability. I don't know. I think that's yeah. That's the only thing consistent across my branding. I think the mental illness is real and deep. You have a shockingly high amount of Russian speaking viewers. I feel like the concept of the show is really good, but the execution is just not there. I haven't been delivering. It's okay. I work on it. I work on it. Um, I think like if I was an animal in a zoo in captivity, It's like, some animals go through periods of depression. I feel like that's what you get to see. I feel like a lot of social media is highly planned and curated and missing a lot of those real life unflattering elements. But I just leave it in there. I paywall some of it though. It's not paywalled from the get go, right? Like it'll be live, but like, so in this stream that I'm reviewing now, I was having a meltdown that day, so I kept threatening to ban I kept threatening to ban like the majority of the chatters. I told everyone to like stop watching me, go get a life. I still think that's true, by the way. Go do other things. Don't watch this. Don't watch this. But yeah, it was a little bit excessive. Um and so it's not so much that I want to hide it from existing because like it's on the internet. It's there. It's more like I don't really want to showcase it or broadcast it at like front and center. And also, I just need an excuse to put more content on Patreon to begin with to justify its existence. I think it's a mix of both. So yeah, every time my stream gets a little bit too far in the not safe for family category, like when I get too depressed or too suicidal or too aggressive, I tend to just throw that stuff on Patreon. It's like a collection of my most embarrassing moments, which I feel like there's something interesting about that, right? Like, I don't know. Anyway, uh, thank you for saying kind things. Also, your kitty cat is so cute. I enjoyed the picture of her as a kitten. Man, I have like a strong, very strong love of tuxedo cats. They're just so cute. They're so lovely and cute. Yeah. Literally, on this stream, I just said, "Have you ever regretted your whole life?" I feel like that quote says a lot. Mm. Yeah, thank you for sharing the picture. She's cute. The fact you realize and accept it's happening is good. Yeah, that's what I like to think. I think self-awareness should help guide me to improvement. And then I hope that maybe 5 years from now, I'll be less toxic. Did you end up banning people that didn't deserve it? Oh, of course. Yes. Yes, I've banned a lot of people that don't deserve to be banned. That's true. My life is one resounding failure, can relate. Do you want head pats? I could give you I give you virtual head pats with my kitty paws. But yeah, if I can change and get better, you can too. Now, I don't know if I can, but I'm just saying, if I can, you definitely can. I'll try my best. I'll try harder than yesterday. Meow, meow, meow. And then I go from like, you ever regret your whole life to saying, I hope I don't wake up tomorrow. Which again, it's like not that bad, but I think it is sort of, I don't know how far, I don't know how far YouTube will allow you to go before they get upset at you, right? In fact, I should probably delete this VOD from Twitch because I feel like I think when you start talking about suicide and stuff, even if it's kind of vague, like I feel like sometimes, yeah, the those big tech companies don't really like it. They don't prefer it. Um, yeah. I try not to go too far though, because I don't. It's weird. It's this weird balancing act of like, on the one hand, I don't want to trigger other people to get very sad and start thinking those things. And I know I have a responsibility and I have to think about that more seriously. But on the other hand, I really hate being super fake. I if I feel something, I like to just express it. So I think I have to I think the best option is to like try not to feel that depressed to begin with, and then I don't have to worry if it's safe content. Ah, they might have been. Yeah, it's very possible. I know there's like probably list of words that you can't or shouldn't say. Hmm. People try to tell me that all the time, but I don't listen. I just, yeah, I just say whatever, which will probably come to bite me in the ass later on. Eh, let's see, let's see, let's. Let's see, what's this one? Or meow, meow, meow. Use Japanese terms. Yeah, I should learn another language. Meow. Meow. That's a good point. Yeah, Python technically is a different language. Meow. Okay, let's see. My brain hurts a little bit. I don't want to do both. I just do one, and then I do another one the next time. Let's do some Python. Let's see. Let's meow. Let me just double check that I have a copy of this before I delete it. Okay, I have it. It's here. It's in here. Delete. Delete. I know, I'm nervous. We're getting towards the end. It's just this chapter and then it's review. And then I have to actually come up with an idea for a project and actually make a project, which I'm getting more and more and more nervous about as time goes by. Wow. Let's put this away, put this away. More stuff. Meow, 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 meow. More stuff. Let's focus on several useful topics that don't fit elsewhere. Uh-oh. Most of these topics aren't crucial for a beginner, however, you will encounter them when you read Python code, documentation, and articles. Be ready. Some of these topics have enough depth for a separate chapter, if not an entire book. We'll stick to the basics and give you a quick introduction to each. Okay, so that's what we're doing now. Let's get in here to our notes, and then we're gonna make a new. We're gonna call this. I can't believe they call this chapter More Stuff. That's really funny to me. More Stuff. Meow, 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 meow. Function composition. A common Python technique is composing functions, function calls, also known as composition. Composition occurs when a function call is used as an argument to another function call, which may in turn be passed to another function call. In each case, the return value of the inner function call is used as the argument to the outer function. We've seen many examples like this throughout the book, but haven't remarked on it. For instance, in the Introduction to Collections chapter, we saw this code. Print list range 317.4. When Python sees code like this, it first evaluates what it can without function calls. In this case, it determines that 3, 17, and 4 are integers. With those values, the only operation that can be performed directly is to evaluate range 3, 17, 4, so that's what it does. Once it has the range object, it can use the object as an argument to the list constructor. The constructor returns the list 3, 7, 11, 15, which Python passes to print for printing. Let's look at some other examples of composing functions. First, let's define add and subtract functions and call them. So define add AB, return A plus B. Define subtract AB, A minus B. Sum equals add 20, 45, print sum. Difference equals subtract 80, 10, print difference. Both add and subtract take two arguments and return the result of performing an arithmetic operation on what we assume to be numeric values. This works fine. However, we can use function composition to use a function call as an argument to another function. Stated differently, we're saying that we can write add 2045 and subtract 8010 as arguments for another function. Meow, 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 meow. Passing the function calls return value to print is a canonical Python example of function composition. It's functional but uninteresting. Things get more intriguing when you pass function call results to a function that does something more complicated. For example, we add define times num1, num2, return num1 times num2. So, add 20 plus 45, subtract 80 minus 10, and then multiply those two results. Here we pass the return values of add 2045 and subtract 8010 to the times function, and we pass the return value of times to print. It produces the same result as the following verbose code. What's up, Seagraves? How are you? Meow. Total. Difference. Result. Print result. Composition works best when each of the inner functions returns an object other than none. The outermost function can return anything, including none. For instance, print this. The inner functions add, subtract, and times all return integers, but the outer function print returns none. Most built-in functions return an object that another function can use. Thus, composition in Python is relatively commonplace. If you use composition, however, keep things simple. A deeply nested chain of function calls can be challenging to understand. Good morning. What key characteristics of a function invocation means that we can pass it into another function as an argument? What determines if we can pass any code snippet into a function as an argument? Mm, uh, uh, um, you have a good one too. Meow. What key characteristic of a function invocation means we can pass it into another function as an argument? Mm. What determines if we can pass any code snippet into a function as an argument? Meow. Um, meow, meow. Meow, meow. I don't know if I'm just being really stupid, but I don't really understand what they're trying to get at with this question. Meow, meow, meow. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. You're on the right track. There's a couple of important refinements. What can you pass as an argument syntactically? Anything that is an expression as an argument. A function call, like add. A literal, like 42 or hello. An arithmetic expression. The key characteristic of a function invocation that lets us pass it into another function is a function call is an expression that evaluates to a value. You don't pass code into a function, you pass the result of evaluating an expression. A function call is just one kind of expression. Does the return value have to be something other than none? This is where you're slightly off. Technically, you can pass none. Syntactically, it's perfectly legal. The book statement, composition works best, is about usefulness, not about what's allowed. Python does not let you put any arbitrary code snippet where the argument goes. It requires an expression there, something that evaluates to a single value. You can pass anything that is an expression, including a function call. It's only useful if the value you pass is something the receiving function can operate on without error. Meow, meow, meow. You can pass a function invocation as an argument because a function call is an expression that evaluates to a value. In general, we can pass any expression as an argument, any code snippet that Python can evaluate to a single value. Whether it's useful depends on whether the call function knows how to work with the value it receives. Okay, method chaining. Well-designed methods tend to do one thing and one thing only. For instance, the string upper method returns a string in uppercase, and the string split method returns the result of splitting a string into words. That means you can do something like this. TV show equals Monty Python's Flying Circus, upper, and then split. Method chaining is similar to function composition, but applies to methods specifically rather than ordinary functions. Let us rewrite the above code more concisely. Ah, cool. You could just put it together. I think I should write this down. Yeah. It used to meow for me all the time. It does when I'm not logged in, but once I log in, it gets way more serious. I don't know why. I guess they have, yeah, they probably have two different sets of instructions for like guest users versus logged in users. Good thing. Right. We got a good thing. Mm-mm. Mm. I feel sleepy still. Gotta cope. I want to see it work out for me. Oh, low. I forgot to save that thing again. Race. Type game. This one. Man. Google, man. Man. So annoying. 2 hours, deny. Oh, I wasn't ready. Wait, I'm not ready. Wait, I'm not ready. Ah, fuck. Ah, I was slow today. Good morning, Kyrie. Do you 10-finger type? By 10-finger? Yeah. What do you mean? Yesterday I had 100. I can do more than 100, but I want to try to slow, she says, while waiting for the rest to finish. Uh, I think I want to start like pushing myself a little bit. I'm already pretty fast though. I'm not good at anything, but I have fast typing speed. So I want to start like, I don't know, once a day, pushing myself. If you can use all your 10 figures effectively. I don't know about effectively. I feel like, so I'm definitely touch typer, but I make a lot of mistakes. That's the other thing too. I want to get better. Like I'm very awkward with what do you call it? Like with symbols. I'm awkward with symbols. I find that like sometimes I want to use the dollar sign and I type, you know, the hashtag or percent instead, and I want to be more accurate. Type with 4, I failed typing class. You didn't make mistakes in the race. I made one mistake. My accuracy was 99.6%. I corrected it, but I did make a mistake. Anyway. I want a fancy ergonomic keyboard. They're very expensive. Thought it would help my typing speed. I think I'm coping. I do think they're really cool. I think it's cool, and I think ergonomics is like one worthwhile investment. Yeah. I need to take a break soon. I think I take a break. I think I take a break here and I come back. Learned to type when I was 6. Oh, cute. Imagine 6-year-old live type. Little buddy. 93 words per minute falls into late. Like I said, Max Acre, I'm not good at anything, but two things I'm good at, apparently. Typing speed and also, like verbal reasoning. It's like a weird thing. Like I'm good at remembering words, even though it doesn't feel like it by the way I talk. I'm very ineloquent. But anyway, whatever. I take a little bit of a break. I'll be back later. So live type does have a point. In when I say fast, I'm fast for average person, but programmers do tend to have yeah, a different thing. So in one of my Discord servers, my 95 words per minute is last place out of 25 people. That's another beauty of the internet too, is that like even when you're not asking for it, you will be humbled against your will. Anyway, it's true. It is true that professional programmers have higher speeds. I have cracked somewhat above 100. I want to say my highest that I can remember in the last year might be like 113. But it depends on a lot of things, but anyway, now that I'm feeling sufficiently flustered, I will be back in a little bit. Meow. To use method chaining, you start by calling a method on an appropriate object. Oops. Yeah, I had a good break. I needed to recharge my energy a little bit. I don't know. I'm still kind of tired, but feel a little bit better. Thank you, kitty pillar. Start by calling a method on an appropriate object. If that method returns another object, you can use it to call another method. We use the TV show string to call upper method. That method returns a new string in uppercase. We then use the uppercase string to call split to create a list of words. You can chain as many method calls as necessary, though it can get messy if you chain more than 2 or 3 methods on a single line. You can format your code to make it more understandable. No models. Replace is a method? I didn't know that. Wait a minute. Chaining only works when each method in the chain except the last returns an object with at least one useful method. It doesn't matter what the last method returns. This is rare in Python compared to most languages. Many methods simply return none. Thus, chaining in Python isn't very common. However, you will encounter it. If you use chaining, keep things simple. A long chain of different kinds of operations can be challenging to understand. Bye. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Bye. Take care. Meow. Ah, ah, ah. Ah. Where are we? Got me up on that. Right to left in terms of who uses whose result. Outer to inner in terms of code structure. Evaluate leftmost, take the results, all. Eh? Yeah. Yeah. This was a mistake. Good luck. Hi, Shamari. Meow, meow. Don't mind me just arguing with an LLM. I'm not saying what I'm saying is true. I was saying what I feel. Man. Modules. You can use code from Python files in your program. From other files, rather. No, we don't mean you should copy and paste the code. Instead, this is code you can make available to your program by importing it. These files are called modules. Once you load a module, you can use its functionality in your program. This is the chief way Python programmers reuse code and keep their programs organized. Python provides several hundred modules. With the main Python distribution, you can read about these modules here. As of summer 2023, you can find nearly 500,000 additional modules at Python. EAL? Python Package Index. PI. The modules distributed with Python are always available. You don't need to download anything, you import them and use the code. For the modules at PI, you must download the modules before you can import them. You can do that with the pip command. You can write your own modules. Every Python file is a module. We'll show you how to use this feature in the core curriculum. With all these modules, you don't need to reinvent the wheel whenever you write code. Reinventing the wheel can be fun, but waste time on real projects. You can look for modules to use when working on real projects. However, this can be a significant challenge. On larger projects, you can have people devoted entirely to choosing and managing which modules the team uses. That said, you're learning now with standard and non-standard modules. You can solve partially or entirely many of the exercises and projects will ask you to work on. However, please don't do that. There's little benefit to going on a module hunt when you should be learning to write your own Python code. We'll tell you where you can use modules. This is exactly the point I'm getting at too, right? Like, when you're learning, I honestly think there's a limited use to going off and searching for someone else's solution, whether that's leaning on an LLM or whatever else, like building a project when you don't even building a project when you don't even know how to write a function. It just seems like, I mean, it could definitely be done, but for learning, I don't know. It's very, I don't know, very interesting. Anyway, I don't tell other people how to do it. I'm just saying for myself. Yeah. The import and from statements. The import statement is used in Python to load code from Python modules into your code. The most basic way to load a module is to write import module name, where module name is the module's name. The import statements are conventionally coded at the very top of the program file. For example, import math, or import numpy, or import pandas. Print math square root math pi. This code imports the math modules and prints the square root of pi constant. Note that both square root and pi are qualified names. Both names are prefixed with the module name and a period. These qualified names mean you don't have to worry about naming conflicts with your code or other modules. However, the name math might cause a conflict if you aren't careful. Yeah. Mm. This code first imports the math module. I read that already. If you don't want to write math period with every time, you can use a function or constant from the module. Right. If you don't want to write the math period every time you use a function or constant from the module, you can import just the names you want by using the from statement. From math, import pi square root. This from statement imports the math modules pi and square root identifiers into your program. You can then use those names without qualifications. Be aware, though, that from circumvents the naming conflict benefits of import. If you import pi from the math module, then later define your own variable named pi, which pi will your code refer to after that point? The one from math or your own y? I don't know. Ah. Mm. Mm. Meow. You can. Where is this? You can use an alias to avoid having to write math dot every time you use something from the math module. Import math as M. Module aliases generally work best when the module name is lengthy, such as config parser and multiprocessing. With the mechanics of using modules covered, let's take a short look at a few useful built-in modules. Meow, meow. 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 Meow, meow, meow. Uh-oh. 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 I think you have the wrong cat. I'm nothing of the sort. I had Obsidian today. I'm a big fan of Obsidian. Yeah, I'm back. I mean, I was here. I was just not reading chat. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow. Hi. What's the cat brain up to? That's a good question. Today's plan is to finish this chapter and to start thinking about the first project I'm gonna do. But while I was in here, I started thinking about law tech again and types. I want to like typist. Typist. I want to like it, but I wonder. Yeah, I don't know if it's. I don't know if it is too simple for my needs, or if I'm understating its power or underutilizing its power. No, not the OBS auto start script. I think my first project is going to be something like a quiz program. I'm sticking to law tech. Good for you. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know either that deeply, so that's why I was wondering. I think that, like, if you already use and like it, there might not be a reason to start over. But I don't know. What I'm concerned about is that types is claiming to be easier, simpler, but does that just mean like less control? Cool. It's not a stable, complete project. I mean, how old is it? Okay. Initial release 42 years ago. I don't I mean I understand what you're saying. Like it's not a stable complete project, but my here's my point. Can you even try to compare it on that front when they had a 40 plus year head start? I don't know how new, I don't know how old Types is, but I'm gonna assume that it hasn't been around since the 80s. Less capabilities isn't finished. Cat yearn for learning. Yeah. I always yearned for learning. That's what they say. Curiosity killed the cat. It's definitely gonna kill me at some point. Anyway. Anyway. What all I'm trying to say is that I haven't been that impressed with Types. So I've been thinking about going back. But something that's simpler with less capabilities and that isn't air quotes finished can still be suitable for someone's needs, right? So I think the bigger thing for me is figuring out which one suits my needs. If we keep you happy, you could stream indefinitely. There's no chance of that ever happening. There's no chance. I'm too triggerable. Meow. Mm. Meow, 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 meow. I like this. On a different note, we got to find a better way to exchange data than PDF reports. In my totally made up estimation, about 10% of development time for enterprise software is spent on variations of these PDF templating tools, and another 20% on extracting data from such generated PDFs. Faster compiling, but I don't like the syntax. You don't have to use it. Crucial flow research, by the way. That's the other benefit, right? I'm not telling. This is not prescriptive. You don't have to use it if you don't like it. If you already have something you like, just use that. Your workflow requiring to recompile it every down kind of sucks. Other than LaTeX is scarier. But the thing is, when I used LaTeX, I did use something that let me like do PDF previews and stuff. It's not scary. It's as scary as HTML, very basic language. Again, that's your opinion. Also, right? You're like a mathematician, right? Be real. Be really, really real, right? Do you think you're the average person in any kind of way? I don't think you're the one that can make the judgment if it's scary or not, or if HTML is scary or not, or basic or not. Anyway, from my very brief experiments with both, I would say that I don't know. There's room for complexity. There's a lot of. It's probably yeah. It probably maybe depends on the use case too. But yeah. Anyway, whatever. I gotta stop contending with the chat. I really don't give a shit. Meow. Mm. I want to get off this planet. Yeah. Oh, in pain. Mm, 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 mm. Ah, ah. Mm. No. Meow, 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 meow. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Meow, 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 meow. Mm. Mm. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Fulfill. Uh-huh. Meow. Um, uh, hmm. Mm. This seems important. Mm-mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Launch. Inner 2 with ID. Inner 1. Mm, count it. Down. Hmm. Assume we want foo in the inner 2 to reference foo in inner 1. Non-local. Yeah. We want foo in the inner 2 to reference the foo variable in inner 1. You managed to change Fu from inner one. I don't understand this, but okay. Uh, 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 uh. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. So we take dictionary keys. So just the keys. That's Carl, Claire, Karis, Trevor, Antonia, Chris. And then we sort it. So we got Antonia, Chris, Claire, Karis, Carl, Trevor. Then we take index 1 and return upper. Do something, my dicks. We should get, wait, Chris, maybe? Yeah, it is Chris. Try to write the code in 3 different ways. I don't know what they mean, but go with this. Ah, I could do that too. That's not what that's not what the instructions said, man. Mm. Meow. Music. Huh? Ah, 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 ah. Sino. Oh. I swear to God, sometimes these problems are so difficult and sometimes they're insultingly easy. Oh, ah, ah, ah. Using this guide is optional. If you're a launch school student and would like to skip this review, you can feel free to continue on your progress in Pi 101. Many of the topics reviewed here will be reviewed again during Pi 109 as you prepare for the assessment. For best results, ensure that deep dive is turned on. This allows LSBot to reference specific context of this book. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. It's kind of interesting because the review utilizes the bot to do it. And I just thought for my first project, I wanted to make my own review. Or make my own reviews in general. Honestly, though, I don't feel like doing this now. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it doesn't work. Tip of your current back. Ah. Bye, kitties. Have a good day.